Victoria presentation.
Calvin, Rusty.
No. So the two additions to the rating. Agenda, it's all right. From anybody for the Zoom? Put your hands up or anything? No comments? Okay, so this resolution is acceptable. I need a motion to accept the agenda as presented with the amendments. Subject for the business rising in the minutes, so we have women's advisory group. Then we'll have board composition. And then the Victoria presentation that was presented by Calvin Preston. The two items, all the rest of the second item. Presentation, Victoria presentation, Calvin Preston. This women's advisory group, board composition, Victoria presentation. Moved by Stan Beardy, seconded. We only have two. Anybody on the line want to second the motion?
I'll second it. It's Russell here.
Okay, Russell seconds the motion to accept the agenda as presented with the two additional items on the business horizon. Any more questions? Discussion? Not. I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Yeah. That's all.
Yes. Yes.
Ethan?
Yeah, he said.
Okay. So we're
Chair, if I could just intervene for a second. Chief Allen said that he's having audio issues at his end, hearing what's going on in the room. I don't know if it's Chief Allen. Can you tell us if it's just different people or the whole thing is kind of muffled for you? Because I don't know if others are having issues with hearing the audio.
I can't hear you guys. All of you guys, it sounds pretty low.
so can you hear us now?
Like barely. I'm gonna try to fix it on my end here. Maybe it's my end, but I'll check anyways. I'll keep going.
Is anybody else online having the issue?
I hear everyone just fine, Fabian, including Chief Allen. Yeah, me either. So I hear good. I hear everybody. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Chief Allen, if you can just have another look at that and we'll carry on.
Okay, so the agenda was approved. So we'll move on to the review and adoption of the draft minutes of May 5th, 2026, which was a virtual Zoom meeting.
For the minutes, we usually don't review them as a readout. So we usually give the board several minutes to review. And if there are any changes or inclusions or errors to be marked, just let us know. We'll take the next several minutes to do that. slowly scrolls through. I think that some people may not have access to it. Thinking about Betty.
Real soon.
Oh, okay. She'll share some. Let her in, just give her access to share.
We live now, Catherine?
We are. Yeah. Because it was canceled. This was for her. But I'll
Of course. She should come up. From now on.
That's our 5 minutes, Chair.
Yeah. So, any questions, or discussion on the minutes? Everything's all good?
Just have a question. Regarding the business arising, point number 4, Long Lake BCR, is there an update on that at this meeting, or?
The Long Lake meeting has been postponed 3 times so far. And then the fires, of course, got in the way. It's a live issue for us. So Long Lake 58 and Gunugumi. The other one, Saugeen is the third one. But Saugeen again was canceled. That was supposed to be yesterday, actually. It's just been one of those summers where the fires and the meetings have been reassembled and fallen apart and gone back together. And that's actually in my board report too, saying that, where we are as far as community consultations has also been delayed somewhat because of that.
think there was a for Dylan travel, so.
Yep.
Very good, so if there's no further discussion on the minutes, I need to move to accept the minutes as prepared and presented. Also, I noted the word note the question by staff here. Regarding salary. That's in the minutes. So I have over to accept the minutes. Oh,
So moved.
Jason, please move the minutes to be accepted as presented and with the noted additions. Second,
I'll second it.
second by Gunner. Harold. Oh, Chief Allen. Sorry about that. Second by Chief Allen. All in favor?
All in favor? Yes, sir.
In favor.
Harold? Yeah. So Harold, where's the set? Yes, minutes have been. Austin, we will move on to the business arising from the minutes.
I have the first two items. I'll take care of those. And then we'll ask Mike about the third one. The Women's Advisory Group, business arising from that, they were asking about getting involvement with the murdered and missing challenges that they're doing and getting a rapport going. The women's group has not been in touch with me, and we've had a couple of conversations with Anna Betty. It hasn't dropped off the table, but we have nothing. It's an ongoing issue, and we're going. I spoke with, is it Brenda? I can't remember her last. You know, the one from Brenda Fox. So that's how it's working through there. So she said yes, we're going to continue with it. So I expect to hear from them probably before the next QA one. On the composition of the board, Anna Betty sent me an email sometime back asking about the seat for the independents. As you know, we had a meeting with the independents back in February, just almost, I think, a year ago, year and a half. Anyways, that meeting didn't bear any fruit as far as getting an agreement with amongst the independents to agree to have a seat at the board and share that position. Sandy Lake asked about 3-5 being considered at the board level. We mentioned, the chair said that if we did that, it would have to go to the AGM and create a whole new seat for the board. In the meantime, I was trying to set up a second meeting with the independent First Nations just prior to Keewaywin, and that was canceled because of the fires. So now we have another Keewaywin coming up, and I also, our AGM is just before then. I don't know if I'm going to be able to assemble. My ideal would be to have the independents come in a day early, and we could host a meeting with them on the Monday before the board stuff, the board AGM proceeds. Let's see if they can agree to the terms of sharing and rotating the seat amongst the independents. That is the easiest resolve for that position. And we're hoping that a second look at it will get us there. That's the intent that I have.
So I think we're trying to resolve this. So, well, I think we're trying to resolve this thing within the parameters of the bylaws that was approved by the chiefs in relation to the composition of the board, how this thing is, that's how it was decided. So, that's what that, liaison, our liaison, posting with the board chief center represented by us. But it's, what I do for independence. Because not that you have to do the sports, you have to do the center. Do it off. Okay. So for the Victoria presentation,
Yeah, thank you. And good morning to everybody. I should have brought a copy of it. I was going to refer to it, and I just wanted to bring it up now and see if it can be taken into consideration or revisited. Because in light of what's been happening this summer and last couple of summers, our road access communities have been impacted by we'll just call them visitors from down south who come to do trade, the illicit trade, and has had a very negative impact, especially with Kinugaming this summer. We've been working with them this summer, and also they made a joint declaration with Long Lap, and these issues have been ongoing. Brunswick House have been calling us to visit them. Also have it to be. Luckily and fortunately, things have settled down there. But this issue of the drug trade and how it has escalated, bigger than we ever thought, bigger than we ever imagined. Where can we take this, or how can we address this with government or with our partners? I just want to make it want to put it on the table, just so, because our communities are being impacted by all this activity. I know we've had this issue with our remote communities, but as we were told, it's a very big issue. International, it's an international issue too. So, and for me, I thought it was an interesting presentation, and I wanted to see if we could work with it, come up with ideas, or pass it along to government to see what they're doing with it, ask them the same question. That's all I wanted for now. I don't want to, just enough to bring it to the attention of
we had a discussion in chief of police on the presentations that were made at Victoria, to get a better grasp of what was the drug trade globally looks and how it's impacting our stations. Just put that for the chiefs to be aware, it's a global issue. Everybody's fighting, these countries trying to fight the same battles and new fight. And they also spoke about the lack of resources they have, Canadian side anyways, to combat these issues. And we also have the same kind of problems we have. We wanted to have some sort of a presentation at the AGM to give it that perspective of it's a global war that we're engaged in the vaccines and what we're doing. And I wanted to also ask that we have a drug strategy. We didn't call it a drug strategy per se, but we do have a strategy in terms of how we want to pursue those things. But I think we're focused more on the remote communities, but we have to begin to look at also the driving strategies that could be undertaken because they're more susceptible to anybody just walking in. So that's, I think that's a discussion.
Yes. No, thank you. I just wanted to bring that, as my role, in my role as deputy manager, speaking on behalf of the community, so want to make sure we have something to go.
Just for the board's information, there is on the FNCPA website, all of the presentations are available on their website so that you can download them from there in case you haven't had a chance to review them.
Is there any more questions for Mike?
Can I bring something to attention? This is one of the board members. This is Rick. I know I've been getting calls from the remote communities about how the dogs are being used. In one First Nation, they called and said, I know some of you may have heard about this already, is just maybe get the communities that are in the remotes, get a document that's saying what the dogs could do. Because when we brought one to Yabmatung, they were kind of disappointed on the direction the dogs could go because of human rights or whatever. I know I spoke to Terry Armstrong about that, and I know we just have to be prepared, I guess, in our AGM or moving forward to say how they could be utilized and make them understand how they could be used and how not they could be used, because I think there's a kind of a misunderstanding that they could be used right at the airport and sniff everybody's bags and stuff like that. So this is just in preparation of our next meetings that we move ahead, because I think that's going to be a big question mark to the chiefs, and saying, why do we have them if we can't use them the way we want? That's just a little comment that I want to bring forward, and just for us to be prepared to have our chief of staff address some of the chiefs on that situation. Miigwech.
So I heard about that too, what the restrictions that our leadership has on the use of the additional resources that we get from this being under the legislation. And I think we need to be careful in relation to how we present the information to them. And what is being told on the ground. I think there is some sort of a gap in communications in relation to how our clean action is used. And as a board, we have to understand too, how do we respond to this kind of respond to the questions that the chiefs have asked us in relation to the T90. For them, you just let the dog loose in the area, so forth, and you'll step out carrying and stuff like that. You get more around our luggage wagon, around there on our luggage wagon, and then the trucks and the luggage in that wagon. Go around there, do that. I don't know if that's permitted or not, so I couldn't say what it is.
That's basically the dog can do the same as the officers can do. They're an extension of what the officers can do in relation to those type of searches. So you can't just lay all the luggage out, just have the dog go arbitrarily, just as you wouldn't have an officer go in and arbitrarily search the luggage, because you're going to violate people's Section 8 Charter of Rights and Freedoms on an illegal search and seizure. So what happens is, like, just briefly, if they do in their searches get under Regina versus Winter, where the community is allowed to do those searches right now, if they are able to get drugs on anybody, then the dog now can come in, as the officer can, and do further searches by a person. The dog can smell drugs on people. It can smell if they're hiding it where you might not find it. They can search all the luggage. Also, if somebody decides to leave their luggage, then because the dog's there as a deterrent or whatever, then that's a help. If the it's good to have the dog there for the search warrants, because if you get additional information at the time, then you can also do that. But there's a lot of uses for the dog outside of like I say, the arbitrary search of going through everybody's stuff. But that's not legal. You have to have evidence. You have to have evidence that the people are carrying.
But if the dog happens to be there and so forth, and that he discovers it.
Well,
Or routine search or something. Or routine.
the legal search right now on the communities is under Regina versus Winter, which says that the community members can search. So we have officers stand by when you're doing the searches. We get drugs. Then now there's charges laid, which was a bit of a hill to climb to get to that point too. But there can be charges laid, and once let's say a searcher, a security in the community hits on something, now there's evidence. Now there's evidence they're carrying, so they can go through the whole spiel as far as putting the dog on their luggage, putting the dog on the individual, and
Yeah, that's what one thing that's challenging for us, and that's right, just can't go into it. So, and I suspect they receive.
I know it's extremely frustrating because their hope was that our dog could just throw all the luggage out on the tarmac and the dog would go through and do that. But you're not just violating the drug dealer's rights, you're violating everybody's rights on that plane. And you're opening yourselves up. Like there's no charge for us violating the rights. Like what it does is it brings civil liabilities. And it's irresponsible as us as a police force to knowingly breach somebody's human rights, because then they can sue us. And I mean, you have say 30 people on a flight, not just the drug dealers can sue you, everybody on the flight can sue you. Yeah.
That's what we have to try to discuss.
No, and I agree. I think they have a lot of rights.
Jason?
Yeah, thanks. A couple things. One, it's actually it's Frank. I'm having trouble hearing. I hear everybody else just fine, but Frank, if you could get closer to the microphone, it's hard to hear your comments. I think this is the same. This issue is the same discussion we've been having since I joined the board on what our officers and their extensions are allowed to do and not allowed to do. The chief has mentioned the violation of people's rights, and I think we just have to be straight up with the chiefs the same way we were with our officers. There are things that we can do and things that we can't do, and one of the things is violate people's constitutional rights. And I think the other important note here is that if we do, even if the dog went and sniffed the belt and found some, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, but the idea that evidence would be permissible in court is probably unlikely and not permissible because it's illegal search. And so even if we find, what's the end result? There's no further action you can take against the perpetrator other than to take the drugs from him, I suppose, and that's probably a benefit. But our job is a little bit more than that, I thought, in leading into prosecution. So I think we just need to prepare a report for the chiefs that says, look, we have all these additional resources at hand. There are continuing case law amendments that might allow us to do more, but we're under the confines of the current construct of the legislation. And that's where we sit. And I don't think we should couch that with the communities. That might make some chiefs upset, but to say anything else, I think would be disingenuous.
So I think we need to prepare, some sort of a briefing note in relation to the information that we can give out based on the constitutional rights of our people. So before we go to the committee, Chief Elder,
I'm just wondering, I have a question. So how does that differ from the screening that everybody goes through at the airports? Isn't it that kind of the same concept? So we all go through, when we go through an airport, we're all screened, no ifs, ands, or buts. You don't get on the plane. Everybody's screened for drugs and arms and nobody's constitutional rights are being
You're not screened when you get off the plane.
taken off the plane.
That's where we're doing the screenings, and we're doing them, and we're doing actual searches. When they're screening you, you could probably have drugs in your luggage and they never see it. They're looking more for weapons, bombs, liquid, that's what they're looking for. So, and
I could test drugs too.
no, generally not.
When you want to.
If it was obvious,
Yeah.
but they're not, like I say, if you had your, some powder in a container, they would never pick
Yeah.
up
So
on that type of screening,
Yeah,
right?
it's just wondering.
Yeah.
That's all that.
okay.
Well, you do agree that they should have screening at all airports, because they could pick up some stuff that could be suspicious that they could turn over to, and the police can see if they have enough evidence to do a search. That's what it comes down to, is you have to have evidence to search. You have to have an idea that something's going on. And, even the dogs that walk through airports, you see the dogs, those are bomb detection dogs. Those aren't drug detection. They're looking for bombs. And we've argued that point, actually, that fentanyl on an airplane is probably just as bad as a bomb. Because if that baggage gets broken open on an aircraft, that could kill people on that flight. Right? So it's, but like I say, we argued that point, but we're not there yet. And I wholeheartedly agree with what you're saying. It's very dangerous. But this is a political level. This is the law enforcement, this is the lawmakers that gotta change some of that stuff. And I know, like, people with the small airlines, we've had those discussions with them. You realize how dangerous it is for somebody getting on your flight with a bag of fentanyl in their luggage? Car fentanyl, which is even more potent. Some of those things, just a simple touch of it.
All right, so I know there'll be further discussion on this matter anyway. So for the ATM, responses. There's a lot of questions about that, so we'll move on to the financial.
I've got Shelley Goudreau from MNP, our auditors, online. She's going to present the financial statements. The audited financial statements. Shelley? You're on mute, Shelley.
Sorry. Thank you for having me to your meeting today. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. Have a horrible cold that I didn't want to share with everybody, so also bear with me with my voice. I was going to try to bring the statements up on screen, but I just sent okay, yeah, I can share now, so I hopefully can bring these up. Did that bring the financial statements up?
No, we still don't see them.
Oh.
Oh.
What about now?
Yeah, now we got them.
Perfect. Technology is great when you know how to work it. So again, thank you for having me today. I'll quickly run you through the financial statements at a high level here. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask, and either myself and or Jason can hopefully answer. So The first item to talk about is our independent audit report. So our audit report to you as the board of directors and individuals of the police services. So you will note here in this paragraph, we issue what we call is a qualified opinion. There is one instance where your funders don't allow for the accrual of vacation pay. So as employees work, they earn vacation. The organization has a liability to pay out that vacation, but your funder does not allow it to be recognized until it's actually paid versus as it's earned. So that is in contradiction to what accounting policies say that you should do. So we have that qualification, but again, it's because of your funder that we have that qualification. If vacation pay had been accrued, we would have recorded an additional $4 million liability at the end of the year. So other than that, everything in the financial statements we say is not materially misstated and is in accordance with accounting principles. So that is consistent with past audit reports that have you've had for this organization for a number of years. And again, it's based on your funder requirements. Outlines the responsibility of management. So management is responsible for the day-to-day and putting together the financial statements, and you as governance are in charge of overseeing that process. And then it talks about our responsibilities as audit. So what do we look at? We look at, obviously we can't look at 100% of everything. So we look at where we feel that there's the most risk, the most potential for misstatement. We look at your internal control processes to make sure they're effective. And then we look at the overall structure and presentation of the financial statements. Pardon me. Getting into the actual numbers. So this is your statement of financial position. It's a picture at March 31st of your assets and liabilities. So you'll note that you have just over $267 million of assets, with majority of that being very current assets, 236 million, being very liquid. So you have cash of just over 182 million, and then some accounts receivable of 53 million. Most of that is funding that has been committed to you, but that has not been flowed by year end. So there's about 35 million owing from the federal government, about 15 million owing from Ontario, and then there's about 3 million in HST in that balance, as well as some small other trade payables. But again, that's all pretty secure funding owed from government. You'll notice cash, there's a significant increase, almost 100,000 or 100 million. That really ties into the increase in funding you've received over the last 2 years and some inability to spend that, which we'll talk about down here. So you've received the funding dollars, it hasn't been spent, so it's sitting in your bank account. Okay. On top of the current assets, we add your capital assets. So that's things like all your buildings, your vehicles, your firearms, radios, all those kind of things that last longer than a year. So it's now up to 31 million. You invested approximately 16 million into new purchases this year, about 4.5 into vehicles, about 9 million into leaseholds and buildings, and then about 2 million into things like cameras, firearms, radios, things like that. Okay. So that's how we get to the 267 million in assets. On the liability side, we have accounts payable and accruals of 238 million. The majority of that is sitting as repayable to funder, and there's about 230 million of that number that is repayable to funder. And it's kind of a paper accounting thing because you have multiple year agreements with your funders, but they kind of fund year by year base. So they give you the money 1 year. If you don't spend it in that year, you're required to repay that, but then you have access to that in the future years till the end of that agreement. So it's almost like a paper trail cash flow thing. You pay it back and then essentially they can give it back to you in the future year as needed. Okay. In addition to that 230 million. There's about 3.5 million in trade payables owing to various suppliers at year end, and then about 4.2 million in wages payable and benefits payable. The only other liabilities that the organization has is some funding that they've received in the past that relates to these capital assets up here. So it's recorded on the balance sheet and brought into income at the same time as these assets are. And then just small funds held in trust. So total liabilities of 242 million. When we take that away from your assets, you're left with a surplus of 25.5 million. And we'll look at that in more detail in another page. So moving on to the statement of operations, I'll talk just quickly to it here and we can get into more detail when we look at some of the schedules, but the organization brought in just over $125 million in revenue this year, most of that being in general operations. And then you have your police board and some other small projects. Included in that 125 million is the repayable for the year. So actual dollars or funding received was 268 million, but there's $142,000 repayable in there. On the expense side, total expenditures for the year were 104.3 million. So when we take that away from revenue, you were left with a surplus of 21,171. So though that's a surplus, that was a lot of that was invested in your capital. Like I said, you bought just over $16 million of capital. So that would come off of that. And also included within your revenue this year is you received about $5 million of revenue that related to prior year cost recoveries for some wages and wage priority stuff. So those expenses and deficits would have been recorded in previous years, so that income covers that. Again, once we look at these schedules, we can see that in a little more detail. So how did your surplus change in the year? You started with an overall surplus of 4 million. You had within general operations a $12 million deficit, and most of your money was invested in your capital. During the year, you were able to reduce that operating deficit by about 9 million. A lot of that has to do with interest. And like I mentioned, the cost recoveries that you were able to obtain from your funders this year. In addition, you invested another 11 million in net to your assets. So you now have brought your deficit in operations down to 2.6 million, and your overall surplus is 25 million. This statement just shows how the cash flowed through the organization for the year, how you got from your beginning bank account balance of 85 million to your ending bank account of 182 million. So you brought in your money from your funding and customers of about 74 million, got about $3 million of interest, paid out to your suppliers and employees. So operating inflow of 112 million. Again, you purchased that $16 million of capital assets. So there was an overall increase in cash of 96 million. The next number of pages are notes to the financial statements that provide all your accounting policies. Nothing has changed there from previous years. It just details all the policies used. It also provides more in-depth information about some of the balance sheet accounts. We kind of talked about the amounts owing for receivables and who they're owing from. Again, most of it being in funding. This is just a breakdown listing of your capital assets, and you can see majority of your assets are sitting in your leaseholds and your buildings, as well as your vehicles and some furniture equipment, which is all your cameras, firearms, etc. We talked about the payables. Talked about most of these notes. The only other note I really want to point out is, I'm sorry, where is it? This contingent liability note. So we are required to disclose that the agency does have a few claims that are in progress. We haven't recorded any liabilities in relation to those claims because at this time the outcome is unknown. all the other notes, I think we pretty much talked about, or they're just more detailed information. So getting into the schedules that show the more breakdown version of operations. So you'll see here, total revenue for general operations was just over 121 million. And like I mentioned, that includes the repayable to funder of 142 million. So overall revenue for the year was just over 264 million. The majority of that, about 246 million, is from the federal and provincial government, with the breakdown right now about being about 26% or 27% federal and 73% provincial, which I know is you're working to get a better balance between federal and provincial. That's where that landed this year. On the expense side, when we look at total expenditures of 101 million, bigger items within that obviously are your wages and employee benefits. Being a service organization and the number of communities that you serve, you need to obviously have a lot of people in place. So that is where a big chunk of your expenses come in. That continues to grow as you're able to recruit to fulfill the need. I know it's not an easy process, but good strides are being made there. Other bigger costs include transportation, so that would include charter costs, and I know that's a challenge with the remoteness of the communities and getting people up into those communities and increasing those charter costs. And just those costs have gone up, as everything has, with fuel and all that kind of thing. So included in that 11.5, I think approximately 9 million of that is charter costs. We have the aircraft rental costs and usage costs of 4.8. Included in the building costs would be your rentals and your office, for your office and for your detachments. That did go up slightly in the year, but nothing significant. In your communications line, that went up again slightly because of some increased internet costs. And I think everything else was fairly consistent year to year. The radio and project maintenance, the service and backhaul fees were up about 500,000, accounting for that increase. And in the services line item, a lot of that increase has to do with the additional recruitment efforts. So working on getting staffing up, those costs are included in there, as well as some other consulting fees that happen during the year. And then training line, you'll see an increase there too for some firearm training that was done in the year. So overall, when we take the expenses away from the revenue, we're left with the surplus of 20 million. Schedule B provides a breakdown of these expense categories we talked about. I think I talked about most of the variances. So building, you see the rent increase, communications, the internet increase, equipment stays pretty close, fairly consistent. In the services, recruitment is the line you'll see the bigger increase on, as well as, computer services and consulting as well. Supplies, again, supplies vary year to year, just depending on kind of what supplies are needed to be purchased in the year, but it stayed fairly consistent. Transportation, this is the line where you see the large amount for your charters. So that is your transportation costs, and then your overall wages and benefits. Looking at the police board's schedule, so revenue for the police board is now, you've received an increase there from the funder as well. So that's up to 2.2 million. During the year, total expenditures were 1.2 million. With the bigger items being your wages, your board travel, and some, the Kiwamin conference, and then some legal costs. Where it's really gone down is in that legal line item. Other than that, stayed fairly consistent. With the increase in revenue, the police board did have a surplus this year of 993,000. Okay. Then we look at your other projects. So these are some of the other little one-time type funding that you received. I know there's talk and work of trying to get these all grouped in with your main contracts. But right now, the intelligence officer funding, some infrastructure funding, and then the survivor support funding are all still flowed under separate agreements. So those total just over 1 million. The infrastructure and the survivor support, when you look at expenditures, the budgets were fully spent and they net zero. Again, pardon me, wages and employee benefits being the bigger cost of the survivor support. The intelligence officer program runs at a deficit, and again, it's mostly in the wages and benefits line, but that is where the deficit in these other programs is coming from. So the deficit in that program this year was just over 158 million, or 158,000. And then the final schedule shows just the amortization and the related revenue for some of your tangible capital assets. Is there any, I know I went through fairly quickly and at high level, but is there any questions?
So is there any questions from the board members? So everything is all fine and dandy?
And from an audit process, I just want to thank Jason and his team. They were very helpful for our staff while they were there. Everything was in order. Everything was easy to follow. We didn't have any issues or no concerns. The only one item that we did notice that is a consistent challenge I know the organization faces is sometimes with the number of visas that are corporate credit cards that are used, sometimes there's small receipts missing. We did look in our sample, there were some receipts missing, but most of them were travel related things and seem reasonable, but that continues to sometimes be an issue of getting some of those receipts, but definite improvements since previous years.
All right.
Thanks, Shelley.
Thank you. Now I'll stop sharing. And if there's nothing else from me, I will wish you a great rest of your day and enjoy the rest of your meeting.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thanks, Shelley.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the board, from the board about the statements and the numbers? I can answer myself, so.
All right. So if there's no more questions for the audit or financial statements, the board members would like to ask, clarify. I think we're in fine shape. So we're not going to lose any surplus to feedback. That's good. All right, thank you. Thank you for that. All right, we're gonna have a break according to our schedule. We need a motion to accept.
Yeah.
Okay, I need a motion to accept the financial statements and audit statements that we presented. The audit statements too. This is not the right.
This is the audit.
So we need a, what does the motion say?
I'll just to approve the 2025-26 financial statements and assets.
Okay, there's a motion to accept the financial statements as presented. Can you repeat that again?
To approve the 2025-26 audited financial statements as presented.
So I need a mover and a second.
I'll move it.
Okay, Chief Colin moves it, seconded.
I'll move this, Russell, here.
Russell seconds it.
Yes.
Alright. So anyways, all in favor?
Aye.
Yeah. Alright, so the vote, the motion is passed. So how long is the break you ask for?
Oh, we can take 10 minutes.
10-minute break.
There's some muffins up front and
I'd rather read a paper copy, but it's all on the computer as well. Let's look. So, as chief of police, I remain extremely proud of the professionalism, resilience, and dedication demonstrated throughout NAPS. While it remains considerable work ahead, the progress reflected in the report demonstrates that we continue to move forward, strengthening our service, investing in our people, and expanding our capabilities, and remaining focused on providing the highest level of policing service to the communities we're privileged to serve. NAPS continues to experience significant growth across the service. This quarterly report highlights the many areas in which the growth is occurring and provides a comprehensive update on our progress, operational priorities, and organizational development. I would particularly like to highlight continued growth within several of our specialized areas. We have been successful in attracting and hiring experienced officers who bring valuable knowledge and expertise to the service, particularly within the crime and intelligence functions. NAPS is also advancing the recruitment of a civilian director who will provide leadership and oversight for information technology, digital evidence management, records, and freedom of information. This position represents another important step in strengthening our administrative, technological, and informational management capacity as the service continues to grow and modernize. Just on note of that civilian director, we've selected somebody, we're just waiting for them to accept the position. The offers went out. We've got a very experienced person. And hopefully they take the job in the near future, and we can start from somewhere probably mid-September. But it's it's gonna be a huge, advancement to us in our technological side. We continue to work collaboratively with the Ontario Provincial Police to strengthen our emergency response team, our ERT team. Throughout this partnership, our ERT sergeant is progressing forward, becoming a qualified trainer, which will enhance our internal capacity to train and develop, access future ERT candidates. This comes out of historically we had very minimal seats for our emergency response team and to get the training. So we basically partnered with the OPP to say, hey, let's do some of this up here, and let's in the NAPS area, and let's do collaboration so we can advance the number of people we get. So we're looking at rather than a couple of people, we're looking at hopefully 8 to 10 people to go through the next ERT selection, and which is going on actually right now. We had 16 candidates. And, hopefully, like I say, within the next year, we can up our emergency response. Significant work is also underway to establish basic 911, or they call it B911. Now, this is a project that took on over a couple of years ago with the expertise of Rod Brown, our technology guy for the radio system. And we partnered with OPP and Bell to implement the basic 911 everywhere. Now it's a little different than the 911 that's the emergency number. But what it's going to allow us is the same capabilities in the north that call 911 as opposed to a 10-digit number, because that number has been very frustrating for people to remember and to access. So this is something we hope to do a launch media-wise and informational-wise sometime in late September, and actually go live with the V911 in the October, in early October. So we're pretty excited about that. It's another long journey to get something more accessible to our community members as far as a phone number for accessing the resources of the police. NAPS it says here, NAPS has developed a comprehensive communications and public information strategy, and that's what I'm talking about, setting out prior to the actual launch of the V911. As this report clearly demonstrates, our members continue to achieve considerable success in drug enforcement. These results reflect the commitment, professionalism, and investigative efforts of our officers and specialized units. Drug trafficking continues to have a significant impact on the safety and well-being of our communities. NAPS remains committed to disrupting those responsible for bringing illicit drugs in. Recruitment also remains a priority and a challenge. These services throughout Ontario continue to operate in a highly competitive recruitment environment, and NAPS did not achieve our targeted recruitment numbers for the most recent intake. However, at the same time, we're seeing an encouraging increase in applications from experienced police officers. The successful recruitment of these officers has helped offset the lower number of new recruits while bringing additional experience and operational capacity to the service. So although we didn't hit some of our target goals for the recruit classes, we got an influx of experienced officers that we didn't anticipate. So we're still pretty close to our numbers. On the next line, you'll see our progress against the operating growth plan remains very positive. Of the 120 positions that should have been identified by the plan to this point, we successfully hired 113. So we're 7 behind our goal, which is pretty respectable. This places the service very close to achieving the staffing objectives established under the opt-in model that was adopted by leadership in the government of Ontario. None of this progress would be possible without our people. Throughout the periods of staffing shortages, increased operational demands, and continued organizational growth, our members and civilian staff consistently step forward to support one another and the communities we serve. They've gone the extra mile when it's been required, and their commitment has been instrumental to our collective success. So, the report itself, that was my preamble. You'll see here, we're now at 305 male officers, 35 female officers. Male civilians, 37, 44 female civilians. So we're at total officers 340, total civilians 81. So our opt-in plan calls for 520 officers, and I think it's 177 civilians. So technically, we're still 180 officers behind what we've agreed on and spent many years, over a decade, achieving a number of how many officers we need to be successful in policing the north at 520. We're still 180 away from that. But we do know our growth plan was a 5 to 10 year plan, more perhaps a 6 to 10 year plan, but we're still finding that there's days when we don't have enough people to do the job, but we're continuing to grow, and we're over 421 people, and hopefully we'll reach that 700 that we need to in the next 5 years. Officer leaves, we have 24 males off, 13 female. Civilian leaves, 0 males and 2 females. So there would be various leaves for medical or whatever. Respect to that. Next, page 7, human resources update. Director Alice Jennings, she's the director of her HR. Shows here the posted jobs. I won't go through each one, but you can see here that we continue to post a lot of our positions and fill most of those vacancies. Experienced officers, new hires, they're showing 4 here. That's obviously just for this quarter, but it may not all be, some of the later ones in the quarter might not be listed here tomorrow. We have one Moose Factory, one Northeast Region Crime Unit. Actually, that's the intelligence unit they went to, not the crime unit. So we hired a very experienced drug officer with I think 15 years experience in drugs from another police service. He came over to be part of our service. He liked what he saw here. Craig Nelson came over to us from the OPP. He's in our PLT unit, PLT. Another great catch for us. David Wilkie came out of another service that is in Constance. Our recruit intake hires here. You'll see the numbers here as far as that goes. We'll also see a number of resignations, 7 officers. You see there that a lot of the, 6 of the 7 officers are out of the Northeast region.
Yep.
What's that?
Yeah, former Grand Chief. Retired.
Yeah, I think this is it relative?
It would, yeah, most likely, yeah. Yeah. Imagine that, yeah.
So you want to set your But yeah, it was showing here the resignations here, that most of the Northeast region. That's a lot of times in the Northeast region. What we do is people that get hired from Southern Ontario get the Northeast region because it's closer to their homes, and so some people are obviously using it for a stepping stone. We try to sort that out and eliminate those people, but obviously some of them are still using that, and I think it has something to do with the free policing in the province right now. People are just jumping on board. So, anyway, I won't belabor that. Everybody's nodding their heads and understands. We had 1 civilian resignation. Career fairs and presentations. You can see a number of them here. Career fairs throughout Heritage Ireland, Webber, Laxul, Fort William, Windsor, and a number of other events, Deer Lake Youth event. Officer applications from April to June, we had 101 applications, and 2 applicants were through. 43 were deferred, 13 were hired, And we have 194 active applications right now. WSIB claims is a snapshot of the uniform members off work for WSIB per region. Northeast 11, Northwest 6, Central 6, so total 3. Also our short-term disability count, 4 short-term disabilities. Health and safety update, the committee has yet to host a second quarter meeting as previously scheduled dates in May and June. Next scheduled date is in August, today. Okay. We are actively following up on several initiatives, including the update of committee terms of references, getting additional members certified, ensuring we have officer representation from all regions, and water issues being addressed in several communities. And we had a fire at one of our detachment roofs, which was unique. There was a furnace on the roof. I hadn't seen that before myself, but it was just the furnace itself that caught on fire and not the roof of the building. Originally, we got the call, though, it was the building was burning to the ground, but it turned out it was just a fire contained with the furnace. That's been addressed. Regional report for the Northwest. The summary of the policing priorities here. This is coming from the inspector in the Northwest. Key highlights between the months of April, June. Well, they had 7 newly hired officers on the Northwest side. Here at the end of April, we welcomed Constable Tyler Gordon and his K9, so that was Kona, the dog Kona, and Constable Gordon. Constable Gordon came over to us from the Lac-Seul Police Service. He's a member of the Lac-Seul Band. He's 15 years as a police officer, 3 as a K9 handler, so he's and his dog is remarkable. She's an amazing dog as far as sniffing capabilities, for evidence searches, building searches, drug warrants, missing persons. Yeah, actually, the call that we had up north where the dog was brought back out with the baggage issue that we talked about, found 2 missing persons that weekend. So it was interesting to see that dog. Actually, 2 missing persons and a drug warrant that same weekend. The dog committed. Sachico Lake Band member Cody Martin was selected as successful candidate for the Border Patrol special constable position, and Special Constable Martin was undergoing training to develop his knowledge and skills. So we put through a number of special constables in our last intake. Some are remaining here, 3 are up north, and going to be part of the Border Patrol, and do other special constable duties as well. And we're still working on some of the Border Control finer points with the legal side of it. There was a bit of a stoppage there, but we're on track again, and won't have any concerns with but that will get off the ground. Regional complement, Northwest region. There's a breakdown of how many officers they have there. I won't read them all out, but you can see that you know it's Cat Lake's at 2 sergeants. The Cat Lake Club 2 constables. Bearskin Lake's at 12 constables, 2 sergeants. The Waving Clusters at 1 sergeant, 12 constables. Golden is at 2 sergeants, 12 constables. The Poplar Hill, 1 sergeant, 8 constables. Sunday is at 2 sergeants and 9 constables. So there will be continued growth in those areas. So not all. Community safety and engagement outreach in the Northwest region. Acting Sergeant Luke Flair, Constable Cameron Dennis took advantage of the longer usual winter road season and conducted snowmobile patrols between communities of Sand Lake and Administrative. Constable Gordon, T90, was actively in the schools giving presentations on anti-bullying and drug and alcohol awareness. Head of the school placed in the month of June, providing officers another opportunity to engage with students. meetings with elders, chief of council, sergeants, and officers required to meet with community leadership a minimum once a month and to provide community call stats. Northwest Senior Command strives to attend each community at least once per year. These visits allow us to connect with community leadership, members, elders. So at this time, Northwest Region Senior Command have visited 7 out of the 12 communities. And they're scheduling to go to some of the community meetings and events attended by the Northwest Region. Officers who participated in community events throughout the spring, summer, and officers along with Northwest Region Command had the pleasure of attending Deer Lake Youth Gatherings, Sandy Lake Treaty Days, Black Shield Career Fair, as well as some other events they excel throughout the region. They go on to state that some of the youth-focused activities attended and supported by Northwest Region were the DARE presentations delivered to youth in the local schools, the end of the school year barbecues and celebrations, providing opportunities for officers to interact with students in a positive and informal setting. Deer Lake Youth Gathering, where officers connected with youth and community members, and once again, the lack of leader. Northwest Region continues to build relationships and work alongside with neighboring police partners, Black Soul, OPP, Kanjikan, and Pickle Lake detachments, and outside organizations such as Ticonderoga and Legal, Health Canada, Education, and other levels. Northwest Region detachment status. Northwest Regional Headquarters continues construction for a new office. Currently, the outside structure is being constructed, and the hangar renovation is near complete. Soon, West Region office staff will move to the temporary trailers. That's actually happening this week. We're moving into temporary trailers so they can tear down the old buildings, and so look out at the airport for our new regional headquarters will be built. So there's a December finished time frame. Yeah. So, and because of the temporary trailers, it actually sped up the opening by about 5 months. So we're now hopefully opening that new headquarters in December instead of next year, June. Michigan Detachment construction continues with the foundation currently being worked on. Our IT part of Northwest Region now continue to ensure officers equipped with most updated technology to effectively do their duties. Recently, all detachment presidents have active Starlink, allowing them to continue to work in power. Regional commands, community visits. They mentioned 7 of the 12 that they've attended, or that are the communities in the Northwest, and the plans to get to the rest. Upcoming initiatives, attending the Satchel Lake 50th anniversary. We did that. We went up from here as well. Officer presence and engagement at Sandy Lake Muddy Waters Festival. Sioux Blueberry Festival, which expanded, I think, Black School Youth Gathering, Truth and Reconciliation ceremonies and gatherings, back to school safety presentations for the youth, and ride initiatives during the holiday season. That was the Northwest Region. We're on the Central Region. This is prepared by Inspector Mike Cece. He goes on to talk about his policing priorities. Priorities of the Central Region's 9 communities are centered on building substantial, proactive, effective policing services. So, talks about modernization, which I mentioned in our preamble. Since the previous report, a new detachment has been secured for the construction in Casablanca Lake, which the community has approved and completed the site selection process. The new building is expected to be completed in the next couple of years. Yeah, so Casablanca is going to do a new detachment. Still got to do the geotech and a number of things, so it will be a couple of years away, but it's promising. That'll be a mid-sized detachment with a couple additional rooms, sleeping accommodations added to the mid-sized detachment plans. Just kind of our projection to have a bigger detachment there with the all-weather, all-season road and some of the other things that happen. Caroline First Nation was offered a new detachment. We're still waiting, I think, on where that's at. I think we're still. Webequay First Nation is offered a new detachment, which is in the beginning stages of negotiations. Nimibic and NAPS continue to work on a new officer residence in their community, which has seen delays due to the need to widen the road where the residence is being stored. Emeton received a new officer residence via Winter Road and is currently in the installation stages. Of course, these residents are as a result of the growth and the lack of places for our officers to stay. So some of the areas we're having to bring in accommodations for the growth, basically, and it's generally for the communities that aren't getting a new detachment in the next couple of years, but are still growing. We need to have places for people to stay. Any of those that are getting detachments within the next couple of years will have more accommodations within their detachments. Emerging concerns in the central region: substance abuse remains persistent, affecting both community safety and demands on policing service. I'll get into that a little bit more when we talk about our intel report. It shows on page 19, Dr. CC shows where their numbers are, just as Northwest region showed their numbers. Airline cluster, 2 sergeants, 16 constables. Emeton cluster, 2 sergeants, 15 constables. Casablanca cluster has 2 sergeants and 14 constables. Mentions this community is regional community safety and engagement outreach on page 20. Officers in Central Region are required to complete community-based service activities. So that's service-wide. Both these regional commanders have mentioned the need to meet with communities once a month. That's service-wide that we require them to meet with chiefs and councils and report back on the community issues, writing, and so that's going to be throughout the regions. During the Central Region officers during this time had conducted 1,256 community service and current reports, equates to approximately 70 community service events each day within the region. Each platoon prepares a rotational shift briefing report that includes scheduled engagement with key community partners such as Child and Family Services, the local health, chief and council. Together, these practices strengthen communication and collaboration, ensure officers remain informed about priorities. Regional major incidents: Casablanca Lake wildfire evacuation, Emeton wildfire evacuation, Nescanega wildfire evacuation, Nescanega nursing station sewage evacuation. I think that's still ongoing. Nescanega did get to go home, but very briefly before they had a sewage issue and had to be evacuated. It's at the nursing station. Infrastructure and equipment, detachment status issues, airline new detachment. It says declined here, but it's still in conversation. I think that was an initial, but I think there's still conversation on that. Mark Falls new detachment opened in 2024 and operational in good working order, so it's a very new detachment. Webequay new detachment offered for the community. Emeton new detachment undersized for the complement, but staff house added for more resources. Nescanega new detachment, great working order, as we opened that one about a year and a half ago. Nimibic modern style detachment, good working order, but requires replacement in the coming years. Casablanca new detachment confirmed and in planning stages. Kingfisher Lake modular style detachment, good working order, will require replacement in the coming years. And Waterman Lake modular style detachment, good working order, will require replacement in the coming years. So we're looking at a couple of detachments every couple of years. So as these ones get built, people move up the list, and these modular detachments will all be replaced with brick and mortar eventually. We're getting away from modular detachments. Equipment requirements and deficiencies. Officers need to be equipped with the most current, reliable, and safety-focused tools, reflecting the missionary aspect of service ongoing commitment to delivering adequate effective policing. This includes not only modern protective gear, operation equipment, but also regular updates, replacements to ensure everything meets quality safety standards. It's not said here, but one of the things we're looking at is new body armor for all our officers. The body armor that our officers pretty have was up to date at the time, but there's better stuff out there now and safer stuff with lighter plates for rifles and stuff. So it's another way that we're looking at to protect the officers in the field. IT communication and video recording systems will be introduced to further modernize policing operations. Several CCTV upgrades already completed across the central region. And of course, these enhancements improve quality and reliability. And he mentioned Starlink, which was mentioned in by Northwest as well. And upcoming initiatives, spring and summer festivals, and frontline policing support in various communities, and of course the ride seasons. Northeast, so our last region of the three regions, in the respective order of this report, not last by any other reason, but the report itself. Detective Inspector Chris Eisenbach did this report, and there's a brief overview of the activities and summary priorities. In 2025, contractors broke ground in Brunswick House First Nation, commencing construction of a much needed new detachment. It's not completed yet. Groundbreaking new detachment in Tegway-Tagamal is expected over the summer. This build is much needed as Tegway-Tagamal has never had a detachment in the community, so that'll be the first detachment. June of 2026, the second administrative sergeant position was posted for the Northeast region. We're seeing the applications from the process, and we're almost there. So Northeast region is really busy, and so their administrative office requires a second administrative sergeant, which is clearly shown by the calls for service and the amount of administration they do it there. So it's the first region to have a second administrative sergeant position at the headquarters. Key highlights: the residency nearing completion for Constance Lake. Anticipated date is September. Residence is a 5-bedroom house next to the detachment. Northeast region required continues to rent a 4-bedroom residence at Bruce Factory, as the new NAPS residence have not been completed. Anticipated date for completion of the NAPS residence is late September. Emerging concerns: the lack of residence for increasing confidence of officers is a concern for the region. At present time, the Northeast region has been limited to 6 rooms in Saskatchewan and 4 rooms in Port Albany. Our new residences are still being built and are expected to be completed by the end of September. Drugs and alcohol continue to be a major factor in the health and well-being of the communities, and continues to use most of the major occurrences, as well as property. Our commitment of our officers to maintain and source information to our intelligence unit, as well as investigate jointly any information related to drugs, intercepting small or large amounts of drugs. So a regional unit complement, and the detective inspector in charge, and Staff Sergeant Elgin Chichu is the staff sergeant there now. Right now, though, Elvin is acting as inspector in the Northeast region, and Stan Sutherland is acting staff sergeant. It just shows you their breakdown of, as did the other regions. Constable in Saskatchewan, 2 in TTN, 5 in Matagami, 11 in Constance Lake Cluster, 6 in Pewanik, 12 in Fort Albany, 16 in Bruce Factory, 10 in Chapo, 5 in Abitibi, 12 in Saskatchewan, and 15 in Bobscat. Programs conducted: DARE, community meetings, youth engagement at one of the Cochrane schools, also attendance at Tegway-Tagamal First Nations bike safety, during the bike safety program, collaboration with community agencies. Sergeant Elgin Chichu sits on this wellness networking group, Staff Sergeant Chief also sits on the hospital. Page 25, we look at the detachment status. TTN detachment build making progress. And was put out to tender. Brunswick House mentioned was already up and going. Sorry. Okay. It talks a little bit about transportation, IT, periodic issues with radio communications and out-of-office staff. This issue was being investigated and worked on by Rod Brown, the out-of-office staff detachment members, Bell and Spectrum. So this is kind of been an ongoing issue with out-of-office staff, but they're researching it to see why why we keep having problems with out-of-office staff that are getting out-of-office staff. Equipment upgrades, officers being trained with OPP on the new radio communication system for our driving communities, the news factory being scheduled for August. New OPP's getting a new communications radio, and so we have to follow suit because we're dispatched. Phoenix, Saskatchewan, numbers are coming back now after a very long lengthy stay away from both water issues and flooding. And then they were on their way back from the forest fire. It's 31%, so very long stay. And on page, I'm sorry to see my page numbers. 27, just a snapshot of Naviaski's private local statistics. Total calls for service, 35,967, 5,000 charges late, 5,600 police assistance calls. Patrols and property checks, 6,6391. Community service calls, 2,496. And health occurrences, 1,457. So just some good stats here in respect to how much patrol time on the right, how much police assistance showing in graph form, when it calls, mental health, assaults, liquor violations, attempt suicides, family disputes. Just goes through the whole list of those. For you to break down the 35,967 calls. Crime severity index. All three inclines, all three indices declined from 2024. So 21 to 25, our crime severity index has gone down a little bit, but as you can see, it's still very high. We're ranging at 300, just above the 300, where you have Ontario at, let's see the statistic down below, just how much lower than Ontario and Canada are at crime severity. Same with violent crime severity versus much higher on severity. And tells you a little bit of the change here. Non-violent crime. So crime has gone down a bit statistically, which is always a good thing. Professional standards. Number 29, see the matters dealt with by professional standards. We had 12 new matters in this quarter, 7 chiefs investigations, 1 with LECA, law enforcement complaints system, and the 4 public inquiries. Matters received by regions, 7 NAPS in the Northeast, 1 in the Northwest, 2 in the Central region, and 2 at headquarters. LECA notifications, 3 instances we advised LECA of complaints. LECA did not choose to retain the files, referred them back to NAPS PSB. So they didn't want to do the investigation, they passed them back to us. And they do that often if it's something they feel that the service can handle within their own parameters. CSB hearing process, we have 2 separate files continuing through the hearing process. We've yet to have hearings. Some complaints closed. We have 8 complaints closed. 2 2 chiefs investigations, 2 files were substantiated, 2 members disciplined, 230 total hours removed from members' banks, and 2 written reprimand letters placed on members' file. 4 public inquiries, 1 special constable complaint, 1 inspector of police and service. Crime unit. So we're done the regions now. We're in the crime unit. This one was done by Detective Sergeant Charette. Some of the police priorities. The crime unit has transitioned to an 8 to 6 schedule. Crime members with well-deserved time off. The crime unit recently had all competitions resulting in 16 members going to the team. Ensure adequate personnel are available to assist in 10 major incidents as well as provide coverage. Our crime unit is very busy, and it still continues to be under resourced, but that's also part of our opt-in plan. We can only hire so many, and can only take so many off the front line at a time to fill special units. So we're with being 180 short from the main plan, it's going to be a continued process to grow the crime. Northeast Crime Unit recently hired an experienced forensic identification officer from the Timmins Police Service. 20 years of policing experience in forensics. So that was a good hire for NAPS. Crime unit members are fully supported in efforts to strengthen their investigative training and skill sets. Significant efforts were given to ensure crime members receive training in several areas, including ministry mandated software called PowerCase. We just ran a PowerCase course here, a specialized software platform used by police agencies to manage complex investigations like homicides and sexual assaults. It acts as a digital filing cabinet to store data and assist with creating connections between different events and people. So, emerging concerns, growth in all call volume and continuing shortages, and growth in digital evidence. These are things we're addressing, and actually projected that the growth in digital evidence. Everybody's got a phone nowadays. Everybody's reporting things. So there's obviously a prediction that this type of policing would grow. And the seizure of phones and the download of phones. And it's almost come to a point where capacity is having struggled to keep up with it, not only in services such as ours, but OPP and other services that capacity is very large for digital information, all recordings. So, the crime unit is supervised by a detective inspector, detective sergeant, and a major case manager coordinator. Northwest region center crime unit consists of 2 detectives, 2 detectives, 5 detective constables, 1 detective constable, and is on modified duties, 1 detective constable forensics. Northeast has 1 detective, 4 detective constables, 2 active detective constables, and 1 detective constable primary forensics. Community engagement, the crime unit collaborates with Crown attorneys and the OPP's forensic interviewing team to deliver on online training to officers focused on case law, interviewing tactics, and effective synopsis writing and development process. Crime unit onboarding initiative has been put in place to assist in early development of abilities and members newly transitioning to the role. Meetings with elders, chief, and council. In June, crime members took part in family information liaison unit, meeting alongside the coroner's office, community elders, OPP, and the next of kin and family of a family in Francis Lake. During a 1-day event, police were able to provide clarity and investigative efforts taken into the relationship on August 2025 death of Indigenous male. Crime members continue to meet with community leadership during critical incidents and brief leadership on major cases and death investigations in respective cases. There's a mention here of the crime unit works closely with the nursing station staff to ensure body viewing takes place before deceased individual departs from the airport. We also arrange an escort for the transfer of deceased out of the community At the airport, the crime unit organizes a final viewing and prayer, bringing together family members, community members, and leadership. These ceremonies hold deep cultural significance for members and the community. This is health agencies that crime unit is working closely with. Infrastructure and equipment, the Northwest Crime Unit building is currently undergoing. So there will be a new crime unit in the new detached, or the new headquarters in Lookout. So they're briefly mentioning that. We have a new office in Timmins for the crime unit on the northeast side, moved from Cochrane. But they'll of course move into the building on the outside of Timmins and the Matachewan property once we get that building, the new headquarters on the northeast side. It goes through a little bit of the fleet status. I won't go into that in detail. And also mentions the crime unit support program. So we have people go in there and in the crime unit to learn and to act and to see if they're suitable or if it's a direction they want to go in their careers. These crimes, so they have that CUS program to let people go in and try it out. Also assist with the work with crime units already. Okay, the next one is the intelligence report. Of course, the intel is, we talked about the intel, we're also talking about the drug. It's part of that. Summary of the police priorities. During the second quarter of 2026, the intelligence unit continued to advance its operational priorities to intelligence-led policing, strategic partnerships, border safety initiatives, community safety, and proactive drug enforcement. The unit remained focused on disrupting organized crime and illicit drug traffic while strengthening investigative capacity through technology, collaboration, and intelligence sharing. Key priorities include enhancing border protection through the implementation of detection technologies, expanding partnerships with provincial and federal agencies, increasing officer safety, and improving investigative efficiency. These initiatives continue to support long-term effects to reduce the availability of illicit drugs, disrupt organized criminal networks, and improve public safety through community service. So, as we mentioned in the break about how global the drug problem is, obviously a lot more work is being done with partnerships and collaboration with the Criminal Intelligence Service of Ontario, the CISO, the Ontario Provincial Police, Thunder Bay Police, Winnipeg Police, Timmins Police, Toronto, whoever we need to share the criminal intelligence and information on the drug networks. Intelligence personnel participating in Solicitor General's e-search warrant requirements and co-design sessions, contributing to the development of more efficient provincial electronic search warrant portal that will improve the timeliness of judicial authorizations and investigations. So basically speeding up the process for getting search warrants. Provincial Asset Forestry Unit Liaison was established in partnership with the OPP. This initiative has progressed to the final stages of becoming a fully integrated joint forces operation, significantly enhancing the unit's ability to target proceeds of crime. Staffing enhancements. The intelligence unit expanded its investigative capacity through the hiring of 3 detective constables, 1 assigned to guns and gangs, and 1 assigned to drug enforcement in the east, and the team, so 2. The team also, okay, here it is. Welcome experienced officer who brings over 22 years experience. I think I mentioned this earlier. Mr. Durpo, over to us, a very experienced drug officer. The majority of dedicated drug enforcement investigations is additional expertise, strengths, and investigative capabilities in intelligence development. Now we're going to talk about this spectrometer technology. Spectrometer, there we go.
It's going to take me a few minutes to set
this up. We have Sam Hay from our intelligence here to share what this is some of the technology we brought forward. I'll read the spectrometer technology piece of it for Sam setting up. I'm on page 35. So following the successful procurement of 10 spectrometers during the first quarter, governance policies and standard operating procedures were completed and approved. Distribution to designated policing communities is underway. So during this reporting period, the spectrometers were utilized on 12 occasions to assist officers in identifying substances under the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act, so the CDSA. The technology continues to deliver significant operational benefits by reducing officer exposure to hazardous substances, including fentanyl, providing rapid on-site identification without opening packages, involving investigative efficiency by reducing reliance on laboratory analysis, enhancing intelligence collection on emerging drug trends, providing stronger evidentiary supports for prosecutions. Strict accountability measures remain in place, including the supervisory control, secure storage, mandatory sign-out on procedures, and bi-weekly use and reviews. The border safety issues. I'll leave it at that. That's good. So these spectrometers we bought to detect what the drugs are that are going in. Like I mentioned in the report here, done up by Inspector Eisenbach, Detective Inspector Eisenbach, talks about this is able to tell even through the packages what the drug is. And it's an officer safety issue. What communities do we have them in so far?
CL's got theirs at Constance Lake. Cat Lake's going up on Tuesday.
Cat Lake is going up on Tuesday, Sandy Lake Tuesday, North Spirit Lake will be in 2 weeks. Brunswick House, I believe, I'm not sure if it's set up yet, should be soon, and then they're going up the coast to Moose Factory, Port Albany, and Alaska. So when that's happening, I'm not sure, but I think it's just based off rotation days when the officers are going in and out. So
They're actually being assigned to specific officers, so they want to make sure that they're taking their control of the spectrometers.
We thought that since we're here, we'd actually bring somebody in that knows how to use them. Tell you a little bit more about it.
Do you know if the Postal Service uses such things to do their packages, or do they just open them
They're
up?
doing x-rays and they go over the pump. Do you know if they're using the pump?
I don't think that they are.
they don't know, they have access to x-rays, but how Canada Post works is if they determine something that might be a controlled substance and they'll send it to a postal inspector, who will determine if it's fit for mail or not. So they don't go this far to identify the substance, but they just use their x-rays if available. And I believe that NAPS provided an x-ray.
Yeah, we provided the x-ray equipment to them because they weren't doing it. So we said, if we gave you this equipment, would you check packages? And they said, yes. So we've done that.
Yeah. So just to give a little bit more of a rundown on these, they'll be placed in our detachments, and you can move them around to different areas depending on what office might encounter more drugs or more so drugs that we don't know what they are. And then once they're set up in those detachments, they keep a log. So you can see here, this one is specifically going to Cat Lake. It keeps track of, the samples that you put in, what drugs are most found. So I ran a few samples this morning, and it says like we have cocaine, we have MDMA, ketamine, fentanyl, a bunch of different kind of drugs, and they can kind of keep track of what the detachment is seeing, what's more steady, what's more common, and it keeps a log of that. So basically, what you would do, once it's all set up like this, and they'll be operated by the sergeants because they're a little bit tricky to operate, but the sergeant can take an exhibit. So for example here, this is an exhibit that was seized in Brunswick House First Nation. So we had executed a search warrant, I believe it was last year in October.
We're live too, so don't let you.
Okay, so, in October, we, found the substance and it looks a little bit different. To me, I've been investigating drugs for over 5 years now. It looks like crystal meth. It's white, it's rock-like, and it's almost clear. But it has like a powdery kind of outside to it. So we're not sure what it is completely. So what we can do is bring it to the spectrometer, click a new sample. Show you guys here. Click a new sample. I already calibrated this one this morning. So you go select, and then you can put in what you think it might be. So to me, it looks like crystal meth. So we'll go stimulants, methamphetamine, white, and it's kind of crystally. Okay, so we'll hit continue. And then the great thing about this is that since we don't know whether this is fentanyl, we don't know what it is, we can leave it in the bag. We don't have to handle it with our hands. We don't have to have the dust particles going through the air or anything like that. We can leave it as is and put it up to this laser, which is right here. Conduct scan. Prior to this, and then what we still use is Health Canada services. So we'll package up a sample, which requires us to open this bag, take a small piece of it, put it into another Ziploc bag, and then we mail it to Health Canada. And then we get a sample sent back to us, which sometimes can take months or weeks, depending on what it is. So this gives us a good indication in about a minute here. It's almost done. Okay, so it's done. Take a look, good scan, and then we submit it to analysis. So it takes the scan that it read, you hit skip. Oh, we have an error. Hold on. All right, we'll try this one again.
We're deploying these knowledge. Same to various communities. Obviously, the purchase started with this means. Try them out. And, sure they're doing what we want them to do. They have them.
So it's submitted now, it just takes a second, comes back, and it tells us this is not methamphetamine, it's ketamine. So it says medium risk, and then you can go through, see what schedule it is, and then the officer can do some research on it. So why that's great, just to have this right now. One, we can determine how we're going to charge the individual if we are, with what schedule it is, and then if this is being held out to be methamphetamine, but it's actually ketamine, then community members or wherever it sees from might be being sold ketamine instead of methamphetamine. So we can then do a cell phone extraction on their cell phone and figure out who has bought this, make sure that they are aware for safety reasons in case of using it. We can do community bulletins, we can put things out like that give us an immediate response instead of waiting several weeks to a month to know, and by then it's often too late. It does, I believe, pretty much any controlled substance. It'll also identify if there isn't controlled substance in it. It'll identify if there's several. So sometimes we see dealers cutting drugs with different drugs. So we can identify that also. This one here, it looks to me like fentanyl. It's greenish, it's rock, it's powdery. From this search warrant, we had charged the individual with fentanyl. 2 months later, we get the analysis back, and it comes back as MDMA. So it also gives communities community members or whoever's been charged, a fair shot of being charged with an accurate substance. So you're not being held in jail too long based off of being fentanyl, and it's actually MDMA. So that's how it works. You do pretty much anything. I remember last year we had a case where we had seized Percocets and had a Wabascan, and they ended up to be fentanyl. So if we had access to this technology, the person that we seized it from told us that they were fentanyl, which is great, and we were able to put out a community bulletin. But now we can be sure and we can take care of it right away. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Yeah.
$12,000. We secured a grant for that as well through the province, which helped us out.
We didn't look at public safety. It says these pills with the Percocets, but they're actually fentanyl. That's good.
Chief Pauline Drake.
You're losing life, so obviously, 12,000 is a lot. You say one life.
Harry, it's Russell here.
Yeah.
So my First Nations can purchase that if they want?
Probably not. I think it's for law enforcement only. We can look into that for you. I think it's for law enforcement only. But I think
Okay.
one's going to send you.
One is going to Sandy Lake, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. I don't.
The legalities to use them, I don't think you need any specific authority. You can just take the substance and test it. So.
We'll look into what that entails if you wanted to buy your own.
Well, most cases we hand all the drugs to the detachment anyway, so yeah.
Well, thanks a lot. Come up. Take the day.
I assume that those fentanyl pills were manufactured outside of, not in lab.
That's correct. Yeah, usually you'll see it somewhere down south or something like that. People will manufacture them, and you can tell once you deal with enough Percocets, they're very glossy, smooth. They don't crumble. They're easy to detect. So when we seize those, we did notice right away. So that's why we had asked. But it is scary because a 5 milligram Percocet is a pretty low dosage for people who use drugs often. So to have fentanyl in it is pretty scary. It can cause a lot of harm pretty quickly.
And that's where the community bulletin, the safety bulletins would come into play. People who might think that have an addiction to Oxycontin, to Percocets,
would think that they're buying a Percocet, which is, like Sam was mentioning, relatively low dosage, typically does not cause death. However, if it's being held out as Percocet, but yet it's fentanyl, it could cause death, actually, so to speak.
They take 3 of them, figuring that,
Exactly.
you know, I can handle 3 of these, but they think they're taking 3 Percocets and they're taking fentanyl.
And because it's
So you're overdose.
a non-manufactured, the legitimate manufacture is just done from probably a basement pill machine. When they put all the fentanyl, they mix it all together. One pill could be full of, one big Percocet pill could be full of fentanyl. The other one could have a little bit, you know, or it's just because certain pills get more dosages than others because of lack of control and consistency.
Okay, I gotta keep moving, I think. So that's one level of technology that security grant started to do. Border safety initiatives tells you continue to strengthen border protection efforts through its partnership with Canada Post. So we have been working, and an X-ray screening system is being utilized within key postal processing facilities to identify packages containing controlled substances destined for northern and coastal communities. The initiative serves both a significant deterrent and effective investigative tool to intercept illicit drugs before they reach the vulnerable communities. And actually, we went the extra mile on that one, and like I said, we provided Canada Post with X-ray machines to do that. You saw the importance. Automatic license plate readers. The unit completed procurement of stationary automated license plate readers systems. So this is going to be for the road access communities. Installation will commence in the coming months. Once operational, the system will monitor vehicles entering and exiting communities, identify vehicles linked to organized crime, drug trafficking, and human trafficking investigations, provide real-time and historical intelligence to investigators, and enhance proactive intelligence-led policing and border security. So these license plate readers are obviously anybody coming in and out. We've talked to communities that they're going into, identify vehicles. Obviously, if the vehicles are involved in criminal activity, highlight them, or just the fact that people are coming in and out that aren't from the community. Obviously, will trigger some higher investigative measures as far as NAPS goes to see what they're doing there. And, so it's another valuable tool. These automatic license readers. Enforcement intelligence talks here about the quarters as far as search warrants executed. Warrants assisted, that means we've assisted other agencies to get drugs before they got in their communities, whether it was joint forces operations with Thunder Bay City Police, OPP, RCMP, whoever. Arrests, 45, quarter 2, 57, quarter 1. Criminal code charges, 150 this quarter. Firearms seized, 25. Other weapons seized, 4. Canadian currency seized, 97,000. Drugs is, you'll see in the next one that they're seizing cocaine, crack cocaine, crystal meth. The numbers are there. Fentanyl and fentanyl patches, hydromorphine, oxycodone, methamphetamine pills, and of course other different pills that people are taking, and other drugs. So, while quarter 2 saw modest reductions in several traditional enforcement metrics, including arrests, search warrants, firearms seized, gold currency seized, these figures should be viewed within the broader context of intelligence-led policing. It tells you to continue to prioritize high-value investigations targeting organized crime, drug trafficking actors, rather than focus solely on enforcement volume. This approach resulted in more criminal code charges despite fewer arrests, reflecting increasingly comprehensive investigations and generating stronger evidentiary packages and more complex prosecutions. So just one, I'm running out of time, so I'm going to. The intelligence unit issues the second quarter, increased officer safety, more efficient and timely investigations, improved intelligence collection and analysis, enhanced disruption of organized crime and trafficking networks, strengthened border protection through postal screening initiatives and forthcoming LFPRs, expanded provincial partnerships, and continued contributions toward reducing the impact of the crisis. Tells you the composition of the unit, one detective inspector, one detective sergeant, detectives. We have one in the intelligence coordinator position, one in guns and gangs, 2 in drugs in the northwest, 4 in the northeast, and 3 in central. That will be increasing again. We still have more positions to fill there. Tells you some of the meetings that were had in communities, with chiefs and councils, intelligence meetings with different communities, presentations for the OPC recruits before they grow. Some of our partnerships in intelligence, Rural Intelligence Service Ontario, Ontario Provincial Police, Ontario Solicitor General, Canada Post, Provincial Asset Forfeiture, and Underway Police Service. Well, we also yeah, so big seizures on page 40, significant seizures in Boston's Lake, 150,000 more than fentanyl and crystal meth, 105,000 in heroin, Thunder Bay. So that was the joint forces with Thunder Bay and getting it on route or getting into the community. There's a number of more, obviously, lots of ones we're doing, but those are some of the significant ones. Then we zip right into herd canine. You mentioned having a canine unit. We had two dogs for a while, but the OPP just hired one of our canine units. So that was short-lived as far as that goes, but I think we had the access to them for about 3 months. And the OPP hired both the officer and the dog. We only have 1 canine. We're in the process of looking at 2 more, and hopefully that gets off the ground sooner than later. The OPP's office offered us 2 spots, but we're also looking at other alternatives to get it done quicker. So Constable Tyler Gordon, as I mentioned earlier, he's got Kona, a 3-year-old Belgian Malinois. He's their only dog handler right now. Kurt's been involved in a number of different calls. Continue to be very active. Mentioned on page 43, number of programs conducted here. Post-OPC training, annual block training, sexual assault course. We hosted coaching police professionals. We hosted Ontario Major Case Management, Power Case Management, recruit badge, 2 recruit badge ceremonies. We hosted a warrant service. We also ran our own special constable course and a First Nations awareness course is coming in October. Partnering with the OPP asked us to help them do their First Nations awareness course. That'll be done here. Now, hopefully going forward 2 or 3 times a year. Herd occurrences, we've got them listed on page 44. You can see a number of different things: large structure clearance, surveillance, search and rescue, weapons, canine backup, containment, search warrants executed, quick reaction deployment occurrences, evidence searches, high-risk vehicle takedown. Canine occurrences, 4 missing persons, 3 containment, 3 firearms calls, 2 barricaded, mental health issues, 2 evidence searches, 2 canine tracks. Very active, the dog. Equipment requirements or deficiencies. Going to level 3 body armor, as I mentioned earlier, for the safety of the officers. It's best technology available right now. Breaching materials for entering buildings, weapon mounted lights and slings for carbines and shotguns are coming. Hiring to officers on shift. So there's a number of things we're working on there. Trying to get us through this over my time. It's hard to do a very short chief's report when there's so much on the go and and we're so large now. It's so much going on. Anyway, this next piece is just goes over the IPV. We now have intimate partner violence coordinator, and I think we're hiring a second person for that. Intimate partner violence was on the uprise, so we saw the need to work with that. And our SASP team that works with victims is continuing to be very, very active and attended a number of communities. You see here, Sandy Lake, Deer Lake, Saskatchewan, West, deliver material regarding what grooming looks like, safe practices online, human trafficking, various service providers. The Sandy Lake team was given the opportunity to speak to all the high school classes directly and make meaningful connections with school administration. SASP is continuing to strengthen knowledge, the understanding of human trafficking and exploitation, including the impacts of these crimes could have on NAPS communities. Recognition of the importance of addressing issues. SASP has assigned Detective Constable Krasovic as a full-time human traffic investigator. Detective Constable Krasovic is currently serving a 2-year secondment with the OPP Human Trafficking Unit, where they're assisting in preventing human trafficking investigations while gaining specialized knowledge and experience, and will further enhance our own SASP capacity in the future. Look through, you see the SASP unit right now. We have 1 detective, 4 support workers, 1 SASP coordinator, 1 outreach coordinator, presently vacant, IPV abuse issue administrator, IPV abuse issues currently posted, so that will be that second position. So meetings with chief and council, SASP continue to meet with service providers, elders, chief and council wherever possible. Better to understand the local needs. As mentioned, the various visits to communities events intended, Fort Allen Source Fair, Long Creek Job Fair, Regional High Risk Domestic Violence Table, and the Intimate Partner Violence Service Provider meetings. Partnerships, Thunder Bay Regional Food, Crisis and Trauma Resource, Thunder Bay District Health, Canadian Addiction Treatment Center, Schneider Nation Women's Policy and Advocacy. They've had participation in a number of ceremonies. With converted Indigenous women, girls, 2SL, LGBTQ, QIA, and plus people, and SASP is developing partnerships with local Indigenous artists, showcases the work from priests and cultural licenses, medicine functions, and other traditional work. A lot happening in our victim support unit. The IT report. We're going to one-on-one cell phones. We're upgrading our detachment workstations, and we're updating our IT unit as well. Infrastructure report. A lot of this was covered by regions, telling you where the new buildings were going. On page 51, you can see North Spirit Lake getting installations of pending continuing engagement in Silver Beaver, residents complete in Silver Beaver. Fort Hope project is being installed. We're ready for occupancy, so this is all accommodations. Fort Silver and Webco and Moss Creek Dam newly constructed residences are complete. Costas Lake residents delivering installation are complete. Wait for Hydro to finalize the hookups. Regional detachments, Sioux Lookout Regional Office construction is progressing on schedule, no significant risks. And Timmins is primary drawings, so we got the drawings, I think, pretty close to finalization for the Timmins office, which is going to go in the Saskatchewan property, just outside of Timmins, about 10 minutes from the Timmins airport. And detachment development from Mr. Rowling. Wapiskat, Dagmau, and Brunswick Coast. So this project's on schedule. Muskrat Dam, engineering coordination issues. Prior to here to NAPS buildings specifications, escalation of confrontational work. This is the issues they had with Gate Nasty, Martin Falls and Scandia. There's still some, so on their new buildings, some deficiencies, but they'll be looked at by our maintenance. Portfolio-wide capital upgrades, fire life and safety systems. Working on that, electrical and lighting systems, the number of communities, mechanical systems, furnaces and boilers, placement of any furnaces and boilers. And there's a work from the courts. And what's happening in courts. A lot to do with disclosure practices and stuff. But we're in good shape. We have 25 special constables now. Courts, we just put another 5 through. Courts, you can see the current staffing model on page 58. Say we have 6 currently in the Thunder Bay, 8 in Northeast, and 6 in Northwest. So that has grown. We've from just a couple of special constables. Fleet services. There's a list on page 61 of just how much vehicle orders we put in, how many new vehicles we've got. Of course, that's an ongoing thing. To buy vehicles every year. But that's about it. There's just some interesting notes and dates and times and stuff at the end there. Awards recognition on the September 16th date. That'll complete the chief's report.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. For your report. That's good comments. Okay. So, if we need any help, help is coming. Yeah. I don't know if there's any questions or comments for the chief. Mike?
You see a sponsorship request for a little NHL gala.
Yeah, that should have been separate from the chief's report. But I guess it got thrown in the last minute. We're asking the board if they want to sponsor the gala for the. But I'd say that should have been separate from my report.
That
Topic for another.
Yeah,
line item.
I just have a question regarding the engineering coordination issues in Muskrat.
Okay.
When you look at the third bullet there, escalation of confrontational work in environment, what does that mean? Is that between NAPS and engineering firm? Or
What page are we on?
on page 52?
PEMCO.
Yeah, that was the builders itself, just with some of the specs that they were trying to, I guess when it came down to it, was a lack of participation with who we are working with, as well as through, I guess, the organization itself. I think that maybe is a technical that we had concerns with.
So what happens is a lot of times we get these bills done and we go through them after and look for deficiencies and ask them to, okay, you said this was supposed to be this spec and this was supposed to be, but it's not. So you have to fix that deficiency. And I guess there was, and I recall saying now there's confrontational stuff with whatever company it was, that they weren't fixing stuff. They have to, right? So that's what happened.
Scandigo on their water system. They're taking shortcuts and not sticking to the specs and drawings.
Yeah.
That's why it's a big mess now.
They would say they're at like 80% complete, and then we would go and do our own analysis of where we believe it's at, and it would come in at probably around like 30 or 40% complete. Yeah. It wouldn't be, and then sometimes they'd be like, no, this is where we're at, and then that's where that confrontation implementation happens. Because they'll say, we're done, we're not sending any more workers to fix this, and we're saying, well, no, like there's gaps in everything that you have done or said that you have done. So that's some of the issues that we find, like the chief mentioned, it's actually pretty common.
So usually we went in and went out in the end because they don't. I mean, it's a lawsuit, you don't do it right. We'll get our legal involved, right? So that's where that confrontation comes in.
Yeah, the engineering and oversight firms that help with these projects on the NAPS perspective and behalf of the community have to do their job to hold Penco responsible to get theirs done. And if that doesn't happen, things get loose in this result.
Okay, any more questions?
Yeah, Chair, it's Jason here. Just I noted that we're doing a lot of housing in the far north, and which is great. But this is not the first time I've asked about this. Is just a general policy around how and when and why we're providing housing for the officers. I'm happy that we're doing this. Don't get me wrong, but I think the idea out there is that some of the highway access communities have additional housing. It's simply not the case. We want our officers to be housed on the reserve too, and when we do that, because say when the off reserve communities occupy houses for officers, that also takes one out of the inventory that's available for members. So I'm happy that we're doing this. I just request again that we examine and put in place a policy about how and why, because I haven't seen that yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jason. I think we need to put that on the to-do list. And we have to think, 4 days. I will follow. All right. Open us the 4 days on to follow up on that recommendation.
Hey Terry, it's Russ here.
Okay.
Hey, how busy is the dog? Do we need a warrant just to bring to access the dog, or what's the?
Yeah, we're down to one canine again, very busy. But I mean, if we get warrants, the dog's been doing lots of drug warrants. It doesn't do walkthroughs like you mentioned earlier. That's not legal. That's constitutional. We have to have some evidence, but as long as there's evidence, like even like some of these airport things where people were coming back to communities, if the dog's there, and of course some people will leave their bags on the runway just seeing the dogs there, saying, oh, maybe they're going to search it, whatever. So it's a bit of a deterrent. But also if somebody shows up back at their home and somebody in the house sees them open their suitcase and there's a bunch of drugs in there, if they call us and say, my son just come back from Niagara Falls from being out there, and I noticed he's got some drugs there, and I mean that's evidence now. We can go over and search the house or search the person, right? So there's so much more than just use of the dog of just walking through the bags themselves. There's a lot of other uses for the canine. But just whatever your needs are, you just have to let us know, and if it's within the confines or the parameters of the law, then we'll certainly have that canine for that reason for your communities.
Yeah, this would be so nice just to have the dog visit. That's even the community. There is a dog out there.
Well, just like community visit as well.
Yeah.
We could probably set that up because he has been going out to a number of communities to do that as well.
All right. Okay.
Make a note of that, and we'll have a further conversation on that.
Yep.
Is there any more questions? Before we break for lunch? I don't see any. So, I guess we'll break for lunch for an hour.
Approve the report?
Okay, we're gonna approve the report. So we need a motion to approve the chief of police report. Moved by Stan Beardy. Seconder.
That's Big Mom. That's Big Mom. Yeah, I gotta wait. Yeah, go shopping.
I'm going shopping too.
Is that a question?
Chief, did he say that he was second? So I need a second for the motion. To accept the chief of police report.
We're still looking for a seconder, probably from the online audience. We only have Stan here as a board member.
I'll second that.
Yep.
Okay, Jason, seconded by Jason. All in favor, say aye or raise your hand or whatever.
Hi, it's Russ here.
Harold? Billy? Chief Allen?
No opposition.
No opposition? I don't see any opposition. So, I'll declare the motion carried.
Chair, we should break for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1:30.
1:30. Same as now.
20 after.
We convene again.
Yes.
Yeah. One person, then we go back.
Maybe quarter to better. Already some super salad. Oh, no problem. Okay, let's go for lunch.
Test, test, test.
Hello there. Hello. Okay.
report and then in camera. It's scheduled, liaison scheduled at the Julian Park to be at 2:00. Right?
Yep, they just let me know they're coming online.
Right now?
Yep.
So do we move right into Julian's in camera?
Hello there.
Good day. 10:59 a.m. according to my.
Right now it's at 1:59.
2:00.
Yeah.
Julian?
Do we need a motion to go in the camera?
So we're gonna go in camera. I didn't know that they had the 2:00 scheduled. So I'll need a motion to go in camera.
Harold will move.
Harold will go in camera. Seconder.
I'll second it.
Chief Allen.
Aye.
So everybody in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay. Thanks. So we are going